Alright guys, welcome. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Just doing some sculpting this morning. I've been trying to get better at 3D. So this is kind of what I got going so far. It's looking pretty cool. Franklin down. My puppy is already being bad because he hears me talking and it's not to him. Because that's how he be. Anytime he hears me talking, totally not sure it can work to be here. Uh, Anytime my puppy hears me talking and it's not to him, he just gets so mad. And I'm like, you know what, puppy? You're just gonna have to deal. You're just gonna have to deal with it, bud. Alright, where's my... There you are. So these are the references I'm working with. You can't see them. Screen capture. I want it to capture the entire screen. There we go. So yeah, these are the references I'm working with. Pepper gets very jealous anyone Pepper's getting attention. Yeah. So today I need to work on this like inner jaw part. The part that like comes out of the mouth. It's got like teeth on it. It's got a bunch of little ridges in it. And it goes into the mouth. You can kind of see it right there. So I think for this sculpture, I want it to be like just inside of the jaw. I don't want it to be sticking super far out, but I want to... So the purpose of this is going to be to 3D print it. So we will be 3D printing this piece. And so I want the inner jaw to be something that we can like snap in and out of the sculpture through a key back here. So that's what I'm going with. So let's go over to the sculpting tab. Where is... Okay, there you are. I was like, where is my sculpture? Let's change the met cap to something a bit more interesting. Color random. Um, Show some cavity, some outline. There we go. So now we can see what we're working with a little better. Just want to be able to see what we're doing. "3D model making plus engineering is fun and pain." Yeah. So far, all I'm really doing is 3D modeling uh, and sculpting. Okay, let's see. I want to select this and this and the teeth. Okay, so then when we go back to sculpting, this is what we have selected to be in sculpt mode. Can only sculpt one at a time. Guess I can only sculpt one at a time. Okay, so I do want this to be a bit more like smooth. So let's bring this down. Let's kind of shrink it. Oh, need symmetry turned on. There we go. So we will just be kind of shrinking this a little bit because that's just too big. Just too dang big. So I'm just holding the shift key to smooth it. It makes it look a little nice. Okay. Looks amazing so far. Thank you, Angry Hedgehog. Just trying to look at all the references I can, see what I'm going for. So I think the jaw needs to be a bit bigger. Let's go. Where's just my grab? So this was just kind of not sitting right with me. His jaw. So that underbite isn't quite looking how I wanted it to. I want it to stick out a bit more. Like that, which means I might need to pull the teeth forward a little bit. You can just grab those on the y-axis and slide them forward a little bit. There we go. Okay, looking at some references again. So the teeth usually don't go very far back. They kind of stick out. So there's the two teeth. There's one that's bigger, right? There's one that's bigger here, and then there's one that's smaller right behind it. So I've got that, but I think this one needs to go back a little bit more too. It's just about figuring out where we're putting things. On the grab tool, start kind of sliding this stuff forward a little bit. And just kind of move around your whole sculpture. Trying to see like a front-facing view. Did I grab a front-facing view? I guess I did not. Always be looking at references, whether you're painting or sculpting or whatever you're doing. References are your friend. Always, always. References are good. Get a bit more texture going on in here. Smooth that out, wasn't looking quite right. So guys, I'm also fairly new at this. So I am just learning just as much as you guys are just watching. I'm just learning things. So bear with me as I figure this out. I am pretty proud of where it's at already. I think it's looking pretty cool. Let's see. I'll probably just bring this up and connect it. Smooth it out a little bit. I wonder if we could like add some more of those like bumpy things right here. Just kind of freestyling it here. Just want to make it look super, super dope. Remembering my buttons is like one of the hardest parts for me, is just like remembering what I'm. Who's calling me? Stop calling me. This might be important. Hold on, let me mute my microphone. Alright, sorry about that. I have some pro panels being delivered, and I guess they need to schedule the delivery for me, so that's fine. That's fine. This to kind of blend in with this thing here. That'd be kind of cool. Just by building it up around it. Make it look like the skin is kind of wrapping around the front of this thing. And then I can kind of add some these. What was the resolution? Remembering keyboard shortcuts apparently greatly helps speed up the process once you actually remember them. Yeah, it's hard just to remember them. Like remembering them is the challenge in itself. So I've got my pen. I'm using a pen with a tablet. I've got my pen set to the button on the pen is the middle mouse click, so I rotate it. But then if I'm holding the mouse and I hit shift, then I can move the thing. But then if I'm holding the mouse button and I hit control, then I can zoom in and out. Hi, how's it going? So that's like, yeah, it's just super wonky. It never makes sense. I'm trying to like build up in between the teeth. Like that. Smooth out where the teeth are coming up. Get that more natural feel, because teeth they always go up right here. Need to do the same here. Like that. Actually need to grab these. Bring them up a little bit. And then Alt Q is another one that I have to remember. Alt Q switches the mesh that I'm working with, which is super important. Especially when working with like stuff like teeth like this. Alt Q, let's grab this one. F scales. So many shortcuts. I'm just kind of moving the teeth around. Bring that in. Make it look a bit more natural. And then switch back to my clay strips. Build this up around the teeth. As gums naturally would. I'm not hitting shift, why is it? Oh, I was on the wrong brush. That happens all the time too. So it's a lot of like hitting shift and then, so hitting shift smooths it, but then switching to the brush, like I'm on the clay strips brush right now, so this like sculpts onto it. But then if I hold shift while on that brush, it like smooths it out. It's pretty cool. Yeah, symmetry wasn't on. So those teeth are gonna look a little bit asymmetrical. But, you know, I think that's okay. Oh, because now this one isn't matching this one. It's okay. I guess it's still not. Never used this software before. It's fun. It's a big learning curve for sure, but it is so powerful once you can actually get the hang of it. Okay, X symmetry is on. Why is it not affecting? Should be global. Why is it doing that? I have no idea why it's doing that. It's not like, it's not mirroring correctly. Mirror. Tiling, radial, offset, direction, whatever. Doesn't really matter, I guess. The teeth look pretty good. The teeth are looking pretty good. Keep going to the wrong brush. How does applying texture work and feel? I haven't gotten super into textures. I'm not extremely familiar with them at this point. So at this point, I'm kind of just sculpting my own textures. If that makes sense. No, that didn't work. That went to inflate. I want this to back to plus. If you're talking, I can't hear you. Oh, great. So doing that thing again. Let's just restart that Instagram stream. Whatever. Alright, can you hear me now? Mic check on Instagram. Can you hear me? I know you guys can hear me on the other platforms, but yeah, my Instagram mic sometimes just cuts out and stops letting anyone hear me, and it's super annoying. Can you hear me now? All right, good. Yeah, I hate it when it does that. I don't remember what I was talking about before my mic stopped working, but whatever. It's looking pretty cool. I guess this top part is the part that I really need to work on. I worked on the face a lot, and the face was looking pretty great. I'm really happy with the face. But now I need to work on this part. Let's pull my references back up. So we've got some designs that have like inverted parts, some designs that have like tubey parts going up. Right here. Some designs that have like this big inverted. So I'm trying to make my own design is the idea. Trying to make my own design. Let's go back to clay strips. I want it to kind of like fade from being a bit more textured back here to being like super smooth up here, like super smooth. But then as it goes back, it gets like a lot of texture going. Like all the smooth heads. Yeah. Ah, I keep forgetting. I wish I could have it like automatically mirroring. Because now this side doesn't have that detail, but this side does. And I don't like that. Let's just go in and turn all of these to having mirroring on. Because they all need to be symmetrical. try to color them where they look transparent with the inner glow of the skin or something. Yeah, that's what I usually do too. Okay, that's already on. And what about the shoulders? No. About the body? No. Yes. Yes. Okay. Neck? Yes. Okay, everything should have symmetry now. Because I'm tired of sculpting on something and then realizing there's no symmetry happening. Alright, so I am seeing something here that doesn't look right. This needs to go up like that. And then this one just to go down. I do want them to kind of meld with each other. So like I will be, oop, not that brush. I will be like pushing these up a little bit. Now that I have symmetry actually turned on, this is actually working. You have this kind of like line going down the middle here. Kind of cool. Smooth it out on the edges. Makes things look stark or not appealing. Yeah, it depends on the design you're going for. For this one, I do want symmetry, just because of the nature of the sculpture. This will be like a wall-mounted. It's going to be a wall-mounted 3D print. So I do need a bit of symmetry going on here. Bring this out. So a lot of it's just about like, a lot of it's about, I forgot what I was saying. Oh well. Trying to get these details to meld together, but look interesting. Getting all these interesting little shapes all up in here. Guys, I've been working on this project for so long. Like, so long. So a buddy of mine is 3D printing this. We have a client. It's actually one of my clients that I've known for a long time. What am I making? I'm making a xenomorph. A wall-mounted xenomorph sculpture. I'm using Blender 3D sculpting. Yeah, we have a client out in Salt Lake that is just like extremely generous, and they just like to support us a lot. And they're great. And so my buddy likes 3D printing and I like xenomorphs. I've already painted multiple I've already painted multiple xenomorphs for this client. I did my Xeno Queen and my Xeno Drone for this same client. And then my buddy Leighton, he does 3D printing. He reached out to them because we stayed with them when we went to Salt Lake for FanX. And he was like, "Hey, would you guys be interested in a like wall-mounted xenomorph sculpture?" And they were like, "Yes." And so I've been working on sculpting this for like over a month now. Just trying to get all these nice shapes. The blocking by itself took forever. And just learning learning the program. I've been doing Nomad Sculpt for a while, but learning Blender sculpting is like huge. Learning Blender sculpting is so powerful. So I'm gonna bring these in a bit, get out. Just changing the shapes to make them a bit more intentional, I guess. It's like we got this spike coming out here. I want this one coming out here. And then we'll go back to my brush. And this is my detail brush pretty much. This is the clay strips brush. So I have the move tool, and that's what I was using to like grab things and move them around. And then this is my brush that I use to like actually sculpt details into the thing. Started learning Blender in college, but I feel like I learned nothing at the same time because how much is to the program. Yeah, no, there is a ton to the program, and that's why you have to like you have to really like lock into like specific things. You have to lock into specific things of the program because this is how my friend describes it to me. I have this like a mentor friend who he is extremely good at all things on a computer. Like any program you name it, he's probably spent hundreds of hours learning how to work the program. And so he's invested a lot of time in me because he believes in my stuff. He's also signing on to the Painted Dragon Squad. He's going to be selling my art on the East Coast. So if anyone's on the East Coast and goes to conventions, you might end up seeing my buddy Ryan selling my art there. So Ryan is extremely good at all things on computer and all things programs and everything. And so he's been really investing a lot of time into me and my art and teaching me everything he knows. And so I have this like mentor friend that just sits here for like hours and we just share our screens on Discord and he'll show me like so much cool stuff. I'm looking for my tablet glove. I thought for sure I had one down here. So my hand is getting all sweaty on my tablet. I guess I don't have one down here though. Oh well. Yeah, it's great to have a friend who's willing to like invest that much time into someone else. And he is just so helpful. I owe so much to that guy. Okay, I don't have dying topo on most of these. Yes, man. Let's just turn dying topo on. This is gonna make it to where instead of just working with the geometry that's already there, it's gonna be building onto the geometry. And it's gonna allow for a lot more detail. So see where it's kind of like getting scratchy right here on the edges of these things. We are going to work on negating that scratchiness and instead just kind of building onto it with actual details. It is going to slow down my rig a little bit. But that is okay because it's still moving. We are still moving. Okay, smooth that out a little bit. Kind of connect this to this one. Looks kind of cool. Dig it. Okay, is there a shortcut to the clay strips? I guess not. Like I said, guys, I am learning as I go. I'm learning on the job here. And I'd say it's going pretty well, but every now and then I run across a problem that I don't know how to solve, and so I have to kind of figure it out. But hopefully I've learned enough that you guys can kind of learn something from me if you are interested in learning Blender sculpting. That just by watching my streams, you guys can pick up a little bit. Zoom out. Smooth that. I can also use this crease. Come in here and like pinch these together. That might look cool. Give it a bit more shaping going on. Just kind of crease those together. I'm just kind of sketching here, seeing what we end up with. So that's the best way to do it, is to just play, really. Just play around and see what happens. Oh, I think I've been on invert for the clay tool this whole time. That's fun. That's cool. Bring that up. Looks good. Pretty cool. This we need to have make more sense. Grab our clay strips. Build onto this a little bit. There'll be some actual detail going on here. Stretch that out, make it look like there's like another little spiky thing coming off here, and maybe here. Shoot, let's add another, why not? You can just keep like building onto that. How's it going? It's going so good. Look at this thing. Look how good this is looking. Been working on the details up here, trying to get these to look interesting. I think I'm making some good progress. Just getting all these nice details up on here. Getting much better at the keyboard shortcuts. I'm really going with like my own design here, which is kind of fun. So like this exact xenomorph design has never been seen before, so this is my own personalized version of the xenomorph, which is pretty dope. Did I forget anything yesterday? Oh, happy birthday. I'm sorry. I meant to call you. I was so distracted. Happy birthday. I'm sorry. I feel so bad. I forgot my BFF's birthday. Now that makes sense why you were mentioning that you were just chilling and taking the day to yourself. And then I just completely ignored that message too. I'm such a good friend. It's okay, you can do the same for my birthday on Saturday or Friday, whatever my birthday is. My birthday's on Friday, and I keep forgetting myself that I have a birthday on Friday. Today is your real birthday? Wait, what is today? What's today? Today's the 19th. So today's your birthday. Okay, so I didn't forget your birthday. What did I forget yesterday? Did I forget Shannon's birthday again? I've done that before. Oh, she almost killed me. For the past 8-ish years, Erin has thought that my birthday is on the 19th and not the 18th. Is today your birthday or not? What is it? What is it? Tell me. The 18th is my birthday, but you always think it's the 19th. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I did miss your birthday. I'm a bad friend. Hello, how's it going? Looks kind of cool. It's all this like crisscrossy stuff going on here. I like that. I'm a bad friend. It'll never be as bad as when I forgot Shannon's birthday, though. To be fair, we were in Guatemala, and I didn't even know what month it was. Like, I had no idea what month of the year it was. I had no clue. Like, time just blended together so hard there. Add all these cool little bumps and details. Yeah, time blended together so hard there, and I just had no idea what was happening. Well, what is going on here? What is happening? I'll have to fix that. I might need Ryan to help me fix that. Okay, let's get these things pulled down to where they need to be. I've been live on TikTok for like, how long? 45 minutes. Gotten a total of 200 viewers come through. Not a single person has commented. You guys there? My TikTok stream is just doing nothing. It's crazy. That's how it is though. That's just how it be. So just have this come all the way out. Should probably also have this come out then too. Oh, it's because the whole thing. It's because this whole thing. I'll need to go back to layout mode, grab this whole thing on the, bring it in. There we go. Makes a bit more sense. Back to sculpting. Just go, because we want this to just look like it's coming out of this wall mount thing. We won't be able to really see the neck at all. I am gonna need to fix this neck quite a bit. It's looking a bit wonky. Let's just isolate the neck for a second. Make this bigger. Like that. And this part will probably print separately, and then we'll key it to the head. I have just like some interlocking keys that attach this part to the rest of the sculpture. But might as well take the opportunity. How big will this be? 1:1. It's gonna be realistic life-size scale. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, let's work with the clay strips a bit as well. And get some like neck muscles going on. And here. Yeah, this thing is gonna be dope. These things looking gnarly. This will be like his collarbone. And xenomorphs always have weird tendony things going all over the place. I'm gonna add a lot of these in here probably. Weird Adam's apple looking Pull it out a little bit. Do xenomorphs have big Adam's apples? I don't even know. Let's see what some of these look like. This guy made it with just a bunch of ridges. This one, it's a lot of neck tendons going on. This one wraps up and around the neck. I kind of like this vibe. I might lean into this a little bit where it like wraps from the jaw to around the neck. Looks cool. This one, there's these big ridgy things that go all the way down. This one is very organic. He's got a big jawline here, and then he's got the neck tendons that are going up into this bumpy part of the head. Let's see. So really these need to be one mesh. But for 3D printing purposes, I want to... what do I want to do? Should probably bring this part up. Make it meld in with this a bit more. I could just straight up boolean these together, but that might cause some issues. The smart thing to be would have been to not have this mesh in here, but rather just have this one go all the way up, which I could do that. I could just, nope. Select this one, I could hide that. Okay, that actually looks kind of cool. I'll need to duplicate and mirror these ridgy things because those aren't mirroring for some reason anymore. All these like little pipes and bumps and things. But I also took out the head. I'll just have to slice it up. I'll bring it back and work on that for the back of the head, or I might just add a new mesh for the back of the head that like snaps in. That would make printing it a lot easier. And then I can just take this part. So weird. So hiding that, but then switching to this brings this back. Weird. Just bring this up and out of the way. And then we'll use this one. Just make this more connecting with the head. That way we can actually sculpt it as one piece rather than having to deal with the two pieces. That makes a lot more sense. I think I will need to change the shape of the jaw a little bit though. Right now the jaw isn't looking quite how I want it. I need this to like stick out a bit more, I guess. And then this one will go out as well. It's looking a bit better. Bring it down and in. I can get this cool neck stuff going on. Smooth that out for a second. Maybe not. Smaller, nope. Smaller and smooth it, and then grab the clay strips and start painting in these details. Oh, hey, sorry I didn't see your messages on TikTok. What we doing here? We are sculpting a xenomorph. This is Blender sculpting. So this will be 3D printed. And how have I been? I've been great. A little stressed. A little stressed sometimes, but besides that, I've been great. Just got some deadlines coming up on things, and I need to make a bunch of money to pay for the things that I have the deadlines for. And so I've been like stressing about that a little bit, but I'll be fine. I'll be okay. Trying to make this have that like organic feel to the neck. These muscles kind of wrap around here and then around the back. This is actually one of my deadlines. I don't have a harsh deadline for this project, but I set myself a deadline because I need to set myself a deadline or else I won't finish it. And I just feel bad for keeping my clients and my friend waiting for so long on this one. Want this to look like super gnarly coming up here. And then same with these. I want these to be super gnarly. It look like the external rib cage kind of comes out. And then maybe in between here, kind of add these like tendon looking things. Make it really like cool and organic looking. I dig that. Gonna need to make the neck look a bit more intentional. Subtract a little bit. Is there a quick shortcut? There's not. Some shoulder muscles right here. Trying to give it that like textured, like brush stroke feel. Can't decide if I want this part to protrude or if I'm not liking that as much. I want it to look buff. And one of the things, like just in basic character design, is that big, thick necks make things look more muscular. Just in general, if the neck is thicker, it makes it look more muscular. Oh, I bet I could do some cool stuff with the jaw here if I like scrape this down a bit. Yeah. And then I can kind of bring these out with a bigger brush. Like square off the jaw a little bit. That's kind of what I'm going for. That looks pretty dope. This is the fun thing about Blender sculpting is you can just go in and like just change anything, make it look super cool. Oh, I'm already on this one. I forget that the top jaw and the bottom jaw are the same layer. Same mesh, pretty much. This is looking so good. It's so cool. I love it. This part is not looking quite right. I want there to be like big gaps in between where you can see it pretty well. This clay strips is just adding this nice detail in here. Makes it look like texture. I'm just trying to make everything look intentional, you know? Ooh, there's some messed up geometry going on here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the quad remesher add on because this is not gonna work well. So I'm just brushing on the clay strips and then I'm smoothing it out where I don't want the detail. Brush it on. Oops. Brush it on, smooth it down. Just want it to look organic and natural. Get to wrapping around the jaw. If I brought this out like that. Added another like layer of tendon looking things going on. I don't know. I'm just derping. Sculpting is so fun. Really love it. Let's get some more interesting like shape going on with the jaw here. That looks kind of cool. Dig it. Okay, this inner part of the jaw is gonna have to do something different. Let's bring this down quite drastically. Not that big. Maybe we'll add some like ridges in here. Won't be able to see this part too much in the final sculpt, but we'll be able to see it, so I want it to be visible. Didn't mean to join, but now I'm interested. Where's the reference? Reference is all this stuff. So I'm about to add this inner jaw, but right now I'm still just working on the general shape of the Xeno. Kind of using my own, it's an amalgamation of references. I'm using a lot of the key things from these, but kind of making my own design in general. So there are several references that I'm using, but in general, I'm just kind of freestyling it. And we are getting there. Nice stuff, thank you. If you want to see more of my 3D stuff, be sure and follow Painted Dragon 3D. So Painted Dragon Studios is my main Instagram page. But I also have my YouTube channel, Painted Dragon Studios, Twitch, Painted Dragon Studios, everything Painted Dragon Studios. I'm doing more 3D stuff on my Painted Dragon 3D Instagram page and on my YouTube and Twitch. So if you like this stuff, be sure and follow Painted Dragon 3D and YouTube and Twitch. All Painted Dragon Studios. Guys, I am not traditionally a 3D artist. ArtStation LinkedIn? Nah, not yet. just the social medias that people hang out on. I'm not really trying to get like jobs per se. Um, I'm not trying to like work for any studios or anything. This is just me practicing and learning a new skill at this point. So I do a ton of just like private art commissions, usually paintings. So I am a full-time painter, but most of my stuff I do is traditional oil painting. I'm just learning 3D modeling and 3D sculpting. So I'm a super beginner when it comes to this stuff. So yeah, I'm not really trying to like get any jobs. I'm not trying to land any commercial gigs yet doing this stuff. This is just me playing and having fun. And I have a client that is just extremely supportive and they just really, really want to see me succeed. And so they support me in everything I do. And so I showed them some of my 3D sculpting stuff, and then my buddy Leighton does 3D printing. And so he reached out to them actually and was like, "Hey guys," he also has done some work for them. So he was like, "Hey guys, I just had this idea to do like to 3D print like a life-size xenomorph sculpture that Aaron sculpts, and then I print it for you guys, and then we ship it out." And they were like, "Do it. That sounds great." I've got symmetry on this one, and it's throwing me off, but that's fine. Because I want... Is this affecting the left one too? I don't think it is. It's not affecting globally. I'm gonna have to duplicate this mesh and then just mirror it over to here. Glad you're enjoying it. It's better to do it for fun instead of just really trying to get a job in the industry. Yeah, industry is just not where it's at right now. Like, industry people are fighting AI right now, and it's just not where it's at, you know? Good bounce, have a good day. You too. But yeah, the industry is fighting AI really hard, and so any industry artists out there are just struggling. They're struggling hard, whereas I am trying to build up a personalized brand of here, this is what I can do. If you want the best of the best and you want a private commission or you want to buy something for your private collection, I'm your guy. Whereas industry jobs, they pay, but they don't pay well. Like as a traditional painter, I want to I would love to do a couple of cards for Magic the Gathering. As a traditional painter, I would love to paint for Magic the Gathering just once or twice. Just for the clout. Like literally just for the clout. And okay, I gotta hide this thing. This is annoying. There we go. Oops, not shading, sculpting. Yeah, just for the clout, I would love to do like one or two Magic the Gathering cards as a traditional painter. I was just, it sounds cool. But Magic the Gathering pays their artists like garbage. Am I on the right mesh? No, I'm not. Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast pays their artists garbage. They don't pay them well at all. And so as an artist, I'm not really interested in working for a company that pays artists garbage, whereas I have clients out there, I have private clients out there who pay me for my paintings, and they'll pay me $10,000 for a piece. You know how much Wizards of the Coast pays an artist for a Magic card? $1,000. Just let that sink in for a second. A private client will pay an artist what they're worth because they know the artist, they want to support the artist, they know the artist is the best of the best, and they want that artist to succeed. Commercial clients, they just want the product. So as an artist, I am not super interested in working for a commercial client. Again, just for the clout. Just for the reputation, so that I can put on my Comic-Con booth when I'm at Comic-Con, so that I can put on my booth, hey, this is a magic card I did. You know? Like, that's the only reason I would ever want to work for Wizards of the Coast, is so I can put on my booth that detail fulfills collapse remesh adaptivity flexible remesh. Yeah, I don't care about working for a big commercial client. I just want to do my paintings, and I want to find the clients that will actually like be there and be supportive of my stuff. 10K is crazy, but the work that goes into it is crazy too. It's not a steady source of income. It's not like you get 10K every day. No, that's true. I don't get 10K every day, but I do make that at conventions on prints. So if I'm at a convention selling my art that I've painted, I can regularly, and this is just me being transparent, I regularly do get 10K on a weekend. So my thought process there is, why am I charging 1K for an original painting when the prints are making me 10 times that much? Sometimes much more than 10 times. So the way I see it, I have people out there that are willing and ready to throw those insanely large amounts of money at me. So I'm gonna respect myself as an artist, for one, and charge what I know I am worth. And I'm gonna sell my prints, and I'm gonna make much more on the prints. You don't get private clients every day? Yeah, that's true. I don't get private clients every day. I also don't need private clients every day because I'm making print sales, and I sell my prints for very reasonable. So I sell my prints for 40 bucks for a signed print. For archival ink museum quality signed print, 40 bucks. If you want a bigger canvas print of it, you can get one of those. They're going to be more, a couple hundred. But for the original painting, I'm just going to start holding on to my originals. And eventually, when I do find those clients, which I already have a handful, when I find more of those clients, they're going to be clamoring for those originals because they want, like, if you're an artist and you have an original painting and you're making 10K just on the prints of the one painting, that original should be selling for much, much more. Now, if the print absolutely flops and it makes you nothing, and it's clear that that painting just wasn't it, it didn't do what you wanted it to do. If that painting you just weren't in the zone, weren't able to lock in, weren't able to figure out exactly what you needed to do to bring that painting home. Sometimes that happens. I have a handful of those. Yeah, I'm not selling that painting for 10K. That's going to be more of a $300 painting. If it's clear that, like, I wasn't nailing it that day. And that happens sometimes. But there are these paintings that, you know, they do very well. I'll pull up one of my favorites. Painted Dragon Shop. So there are these paintings. This is my Etsy shop. If you go to original paintings, I have 12 available right now. So I've got some that are smaller, didn't take me as much effort. And then I've got ones like this. This piece took me months. I learned a bunch of new skills from it. It's a huge painting. And I absolutely love it, and I'm not letting it go for less than I want it for. You guys see there? I'm not letting it go for less than I want it. What's harder, coming up with the idea or executing the idea? Executing the idea, 100%. 100% executing the idea. I have 1,000 ideas. It's making the idea look good is the hard part. Gosh, this is looking so good. You seeing that? Just gonna make my camera bigger for a second so I can see what I'm seeing from the blue blanket over, so I can see your knee right now. Just barely. Shannon wanted to know if she was in the frame. There we go. Because apparently people have to see my face to watch my streams. Not working today, but I'm also using a new medium today, so my viewer numbers are very low. And that's okay. Alright, I'm thinking this part, oops. Why? Sculpting. Okay, I'm thinking I want to bring this part right here up a bit because I'm not liking how it's connecting. I want it to connect with this piece up here. So I'm gonna do grab brush, make the brush bigger, and I'm just gonna start pulling on this, stretching this mesh to where it wraps around these tubes, but then connects with this piece up here. That looks so much better. And then I can go in and add some detail onto that with the clay strips. Not inverse. There we go. And then maybe inverse it a little bit. Pretty similar to Unreal Engine. Complex? Yeah, it is very complex. But the important thing to remember when learning a program like this is you don't have to learn all of this stuff up top. You don't have to learn all of these things off to the side. Like, there are 1,000 options of things you can do. There are 1,000 brushes of things you can do. All you need to do to be able to use this program is learn like 3 of those things. And once you learn 3 of those things, like really all I've done for this whole thing was I knew how to add a sphere. There's the grab brush, which, just for example, the grab brush is what pushes and pulls things. And then I have a detail brush that sculpts things. This is the clay strips brush, and this is what adds these like natural, organic looking indents into things. And then if you hold shift, it smooths it. So like just with those like 3 or 4 things is pretty much all I did to make this. There were some like symmetry things I did with like duplicating the teeth so that I have like symmetrical teeth on each side of the jaw. I have just one button that changes the symmetry to the whole thing. So like there are things to know, but I think I started saying this thought earlier and I ended up getting distracted and not finishing it. But what my mentor friend who's been teaching me this program, what my mentor friend always says is Blender. Okay, so like think Photoshop. Photoshop has very specific goals, has very specific things that you do with Photoshop. You're there to edit photos. You're there to take an image and make it look cool. You're making a 2D image look cool. So think about Photoshop as walking into the paint department of Lowe's. You have like one thing that you're going for. You walk into the paint department, you want to paint a wall. So you walk into the paint department and that's your goal, is you want to paint a wall. Blender is the Lowe's. Blender is the whole store. You can do anything in here at all. So I look right. So yeah, whereas like Photoshop is the paint department, Lightroom is like the spray paint department. Nomad Sculpt is like the lumber yard or whatever, where you can get your building blocks and go from there. Blender is the entire store. You can do anything you want from this one open source program, and that is just insane. Yeah, meshes are simple to work with and it's easy, but there's a million different easy things. Yes, and that's what I'm saying is like lock into a set easy thing to learn. So what I've been doing is I've been spending like a couple weeks at a time just getting good at one thing at a time. So I've been this hyperfixation is obviously sculpting. I'm trying to get good at sculpting. And you're saying you know Blender, you work with Unreal Engine, but 3D asset creation is beyond me. Yeah, so some other things I've done. Let's just say this real quick. See if I have any of my cool files on here. I lost most of my... I had to get a new computer, and so I lost most of my cool Blender projects. But I'll show you a couple of the cool things I've made in Blender. If this will load. So yeah, just kit bashing. So I've been able to lay out concepts and then turn those into paintings. You have 3D asset support 285. I don't personally have my own 3D assets, but I'm subscribed to a couple of services that provide a ton of 3D assets. And so like a lot of these scenes that I make are from assets that I have access to. But I am learning, that's what the sculpting is for. I am learning to need that. Let's save. I've got 2 instances of Blender open apparently. Okay. I just thought that was probably slowing down my computer a lot. But yeah, I am working on building my own. Yeah, Gaia is super cool. Gaia. Oh. Gaia. Oh, I guess I don't have it installed on this computer. Yeah, I just had to get a new computer, and I had just recently gotten a new computer, and then my first new computer, the hard drive just like absolutely went kaput, and so I had to bring the computer back into Micro Center, and they were like, "Will, do you have anything like super important on there?" And I was like, "I mean, no, I've posted all my projects." And they're like, "Well, we'll just swap out your computer with a new one." I was like, "Okay." So I lost like a lot of the stuff that I was doing on that computer, which is a bummer. So I had Gaia on there. I had some cool landscapes built up. Yeah, I'm just trying to learn everything, so probably a bit too much, but it's fun. Like I said, I'm just having fun learning as much as I can. Smooth this out a bit, maybe. Don't want that there. Yeah, Gaia is super cool though. I've made some really dope stuff in Gaia. The hard drive, I mean, worked in IT for years, data recovery as well. Yeah, I just handed over the whole rig to Micro Center, and they just handed me a new one. So it's just a matter of I just need to download it again. I've just been very focused on this, and so I haven't downloaded it again. But no, I don't have that hard drive anymore. I just handed the whole rig over to him and was like, all right, give me a new one. Whatever. It was nice that they just had another full desktop, like, because I just got a pre-built desktop. I didn't want to deal with building my own. I just wanted to get one that was good enough to do all the stuff I want to do on it. And so I just bought a pre-built rig, and thankfully when my graphics card went kaput, I just carried the whole thing in and was like, hey, my graphics card went kaput, and so they just gave me a new one. Okay. Yeah. What time is Pistachio's appointment? 2? Oh. Yeah. Future reference, you can use an eraser to clean chipsets. Doesn't conduct electricity, doesn't damage it, removes burn marks, which is common. Chipsets are hard disk drives and SSD. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't super worried about losing the stuff on it. I'd only had the computer for like a week or two. That's why I wasn't super stressed about losing that stuff. I'd only had the computer for a couple of weeks. And I'd already posted all the projects that I'd made, and I'm like very much just learning everything. Off to work, man. Love seeing your work. Thank you. Appreciate you chatting. Yeah, I wasn't super worried about it. Just want to be able to see my chat boxes. There we are. Yeah, we are making good progress on this piece. It is looking super dope. Okay, I need to actually sculpt that stupid thing. Let's go to layout. Let's just add a new mesh. Let's add a cube. And then we're going to subdivide like that. Add a, what is it? There we go. Okay. And then I want to what was it? Skyrim art super good. Thank you. I like my Skyrim art. Multi-res modifier, that's what it's called. Multi-resolution. Okay. So I want to put this needs to go above this. So then bump this up. Am I doing this right? Multi-res, subdivide, 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 subdivide. Now, go down here, and I can sculpt it, and then as I'm getting it higher, I can change the resolution of the sculpture. So we start out with 1. Alright, we're good to go. Good to go. Where did my pen go? There it is. Alright, so as we start out with 1, this is going to be the inner jaw looking thing. And we need to go to sculpt mode. Let's just isolate this. Ew, stinky. The puppy. I think he tooted. Yeah. Okay, so now that we've got this mesh, I can take my grab tool, stretch this thing out like this, out like this. Let's give it some X symmetry. So this is going to be the inner jaw that I have not worked on at all yet. We're just going to be able to start sculpting this. Why is it not? X, Y, X and Y. There we go. Maybe this will work better. Go. Stretch this out. Stretch these in. Stretch these out. Already doing a xenomorph too. Nice. I love sculpting xenomorphs. I've sculpted many of them. This is my most detailed one so far. This is what he looks like so far. Let's actually rotate around the guy. Yeah, I've been working on this for like a month or two. I don't know. A long time. Off and on. I haven't been working on it like every day for a month, but I've been working on it for a while. Yeah, right now I'm working on the inner jaw. Trying to make this thing look amazing. Okay, and back in our modifiers we can add another layer of subdivision to it. It's going to start getting more and more detailed. Can't decide if I want to do the teeth individually or if I want to do it as part of the mesh. Okay, that brush is way too big. Bring this guy in, we can start shaping this thing a bit better. So to kind of have this like ridgy effect. Alright. Oh, the Blender shortcuts don't work in PureRef. Okay, so this inner jaw. It's got a big indent in that one. This one just has a lot of teeth and a lot of ribbed looking things in here. This one has one in the middle and then on the sides. This one goes down kind of like the regular jaw. And then it has some big ones on the bottom. I kind of like the looks of this one, where it's got like that big underbite. Looks a bit more gnarly, and then it's got all those organic. I think I'm really just leaning more towards the organic vibes of the Xeno. It's got all these organic ridges in it. So I think I'm gonna lean into that a little bit. So let's just bump this up again and start doing that. So let's turn off the Z symmetry and bring this out and this down. Okay, I think that's about as much as I want to do with the move tool. So let's go in with the sculpting tool again. This is just the clay strips brush, and then we'll actually start being able to like get some of these details in, just roughly. Okay, so this one, it goes down, and then it's got these like two ridges that go up. I like that. It down and then like this. That looks kind of cool. Maybe those wrap around the top. And then I liked how that one had like the strip down the middle. Once we add the teeth on this thing, it's going to look a lot cooler. Right now it definitely doesn't look like much. Okay, I'll just drag the teeth up, because why not? Yeah, maybe like one set of teeth down here, and then like big ones like this. And if you're wondering why it's like going super low poly like that whenever I rotate it, it's because I have this multi-res modifier on it. The multi-resolution is this thing over here. So I set it to 7, So I can get this thing like extremely high poly, but whenever I rotate it, it goes back to low poly and it saves my computer tons of memory. Have I ever painted stuff from Aragon or Name of the Wind? I have not. I've read both of them, but I have not painted anything from them yet. I have a really nice sketch of Saphira that I've thought about painting multiple times and I just haven't. Okay, let's drag this down. Let's give some teeth up here. Check this up. Yeah, I love the Name of the Wind, but Wise Man's Fear kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like, it was so good, and then he just had to go a weird direction with it. And then he just never finished it. There's a lot of authors like that nowadays where they have like a really good, like strong start. No Saphira with feathers, I hope. No, she's got scales. No, there's all these really big authors nowadays that are just dropping absolute bangers. And then they drop their banger and everyone loves it. And then they just disappear. And they're like, well, I don't really know where I'm going with this, so let's just not finish it. Doors of Stone equals never gonna happen. Yeah, exactly. Like he dropped an absolute banger. The first one, like it's Patrick Rothfuss, for example. First book was so good. So good. Had no business being that good. And then he wrote then he wrote Wise Man's Fear, and it was really strong, all the way up until where I felt like he was trying to get to. Like it's where he was working up towards with like he calls it the King Killer Chronicles, right? He wants both to be an assassin. Like that's where he was leading up to it. Was that Koth wants to be this like super BA assassin dude, and like that's where we were leading to. I want to do Book Nook for every Harry Potter book. That'd be dope. Yeah, like we were leading up to both being this like super hardcore assassin, and then he just went he went all George R. R. Martin on it. And I was like, why? Why'd you? That wasn't necessary. Like he had this great storytelling. He's this bard, right? Like the main character is a bard, and that's what the whole story is about. Is this bard and his travels and his adventures. And he started out the series as saying it's like, oh, it's the King Killer Chronicles. This guy's gonna end up being this hardcore assassin. And I'm like, okay, I don't care about that. I care about this guy's story and his journey as this bard and this love interest that he is constantly like running into and not running into, and oh, she's with someone, oh, now she's not, oh, that maybe they're going to get together. Like it's this cool back and forth of this story of these two people. And then the end of the second book, it's like, oh, just kidding, all that stuff with this love interest and all that stuff with him being a bard. Okay, now he's like this fighter guy that's training with these Amazon ladies, like these jungle Amazon ladies who are obsessed with inappropriate things. And so then he's all of a sudden just like going and doing things with all these ladies all the time, and that's like what this whole last third of the book was about, was just him like gallivanting around just having sex with everyone. And I was like, why did you have to go that route? It was so good. And then he just was like, I don't know what to do with my story, so I'm gonna do what George R. R. Martin did and just make it like hypersexual. And just the whole rest of the book is just about him being really, really good at intercourse. And I'm like, this is stupid. I don't care. that this main character that I followed since he was a 12-year-old is now really, really good. Anyway, I could rant about that for so long. I was mad about that book. Like he had such a strong start to the whole series. It was so good, and then it's just like, oh no, he's really good at sex. And he effed a fairy, and the fairy taught him how to be really good at this. She taught him all these moves, and it's like, stop it. Just stop. So unnecessary. So unnecessary. Oh, I hated it. Anyway. Oh, no, I need grab. Bring these in. I feel like this is taking shape. It's gonna look pretty cool. We're just working our way up. Every time I get to the point where I'm sculpting and I need more detail. Current section of the books, exactly. Like, it was so unnecessary. But anytime I get to like a section in here where I'm running out of detail to work with, I can just go over to my subdivisions and bump it up, and now I have more detail to work with. Move this over here so you guys can actually see it. Hello, Paul. How's it going? You can keep playing with these teeth. I can make them super detailed. Bring these up. Clay strips. Make it smaller. Start adding. Whoop, make it smaller. Start adding some like gums, I guess, up here. Now you can see, since we've added that subdivision or that multi-res modifier, I can get like super detailed with these sections. And it looks so much better. Another I can't wait for is Anime Ascendance, a book where I really get world building and magic is a secondary thing on a main character. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. I honestly haven't actually read that much since going full-time art. Like I'll pick up a book every now and then, but I did most of my reading back when I was working full-time, back before I became a full-time artist. And so I'm like super not up to date with what's big and what's popular and whatnot. Like I'm just really not. And so I don't know what people are talking about most of the time, unfortunately. I used to be super up to date. I read all the Brandon Sanderson stuff. I read all the Stephen King stuff. I read all the popular fantasy, all the popular sci-fi. Yeah, I did all audiobooks. I was like only audiobooks for the longest time. But now that I'm full-time art, I stream most of the time. Like I'm on here streaming, even it doesn't look like I stream most of the time. I'm streaming to 6 platforms right now and I have a total of 3 viewers. Yeah, it's great. But when I'm painting, I usually have more. But yeah, I stream most of the time, and so I don't end up having that time to just sit and listen to audiobooks. Let's make this smaller. So I just don't end up listening to audiobooks as much as I used to. Like I used to be huge into audiobooks. It was like all I did all the time. But now that I stream most of the time, I just don't. Okay, what if I had... I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with this. If I had some like ridgy things going like across it like this. Like Down like that. Looks cool. Needs more fallout. It's good, thank you. I've done a couple of fallout paintings. Okay, and I want this to kind of connect with this one. I want this to be up here. I want that to wrap around. I'm going for a much more like organic vibes. I think I need to remesh this because it's too stretched out. I want to mesh it. Disable the remesher cannot with multi-res. Okay, I guess I can't remesh it. Love your Lord of the Rings painting. My dad's really good at portraits. He did a Gandalf one and a Mr. Tumnus from Chronicles of Narnia. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I love painting portraits. I just don't. It's not my strong point, and so I usually leave that up to my wife. So I have a couple of cool portraits. Let's bring this down, get some cavity going in here. It looks like a Milky Way bar. Yeah. Trying to be a scary jaw for my Xeno. Because this is gonna go, uh, just grab this. This will be going in here and like that, and it'll be inside here. And rotated, but I don't want to rotate it yet. So I'm still working on sculpting it. I've been needing to sculpt this part for so long and I've just been putting it off. Sculpting. Oh, wrong button. He's great at sketches, but painting is hard for him since he's colorblind. Yeah, I've had a couple of people tell me that, and I'm like, you know what? I say just go for it and see if you can do something monochromatic. I'd say colorblindness should... Do what? Yeah, just use color and see how it turns out. Looks cool. I can see what it is. Thanks, Dex. Yeah, this is the full thing. I'm just working on this inner jaw part right now, and it's not rotated, so it's not going to be at that angle. Love the look of the aliens, but I've only seen the first one. First one's really good. The second one's honestly the best, though. So yeah, this is what the Xeno's looking like as the full thing. Been working on this for so long. Yeah, right now I'm working on this inner jaw part. So I've just got that isolated. I've been plugging away. I think I want to bring this in like that, but keep this out. But I want this part to like connect. Be like an organic looking thing, but this part is still, like this tendon is still going down. It's on minus, need on plus. Just want it to be really organic and nice. Excuse me, Franklin. Did not ask you to put your nose all over my hand. Love a birthday cards when you color and make green purple fantasy horses. That's awesome. Yeah, so you just gotta embrace it. Some people make that like their whole shtick. Is that like, oh, I'm an artist, but I'm visually impaired. Like I have a friend, Catherine Kraus. She's pretty big in the local Kansas City art game, and her whole thing, not her whole thing, but like one of the things she leads with when talking about her art is that she's visually impaired. And so people like that. People like being like, "Oh wow, you can paint this and you're like half blind? That's super dope." And so she actually like uses that as part of her advertising. And so I'm sure there are people out there who have been, struggling with their color blindness, but you can actually use that color blindness as a marketing ploy, I guess, and use that to kind of like, yeah, yeah, being genuine. That's what my wife is saying. Is like, yeah, you're colorblind, but this is your art, and this is what you enjoy doing, and it shows yourself through your art. Super cool. Okay, I do want these. I'm gonna get into book nooks, diorama models, specifically with Minecraft. That'd be cool. Book nooks are awesome. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law have been really into book nooks lately. They were showing me all their book nooks they were working on. Let's see. Get this kind of sculpted out. I want there to be some separation between the teeth and the rest of the mesh. I need to subtract for this. Get these teeth looking more like they're actually supposed to be there. So these are their own thing right here. I might end up changing that later. I might end up deciding that the teeth need to be different. What's this doggy doing? What is this puppy doing? Silly puppy. His sketches look like Da Vinci old drawings that tell him he should quit his job and focus on art. That's what I did. That's what I did. I liked my stuff and I liked painting, and so I said, I don't want to work anymore. And I kept working for 3 years after that. Eventually, I was able to quit my job and work on my art. Took a while though. Definitely not easy. Hmm? I know. It's being a goof. Being a little goofy goober. I have a feeling this part is going to be hard to 3D print. I'll sculpt it and then we'll see what happens. So I have other pals working on this project. Assuming you have Discord? Yeah. Yep. I don't think my link tree is in my Instagram. But if you go to my Patreon, my Discord is linked to my Patreon, which my Patreon is in my Instagram. Okay, that's looking pretty cool. How it's got like that organic underbite looking vibes to it. Smooth this out. And then let's put some like ridgy stuff across here. Get it to look good. I was subtracting, I need to add the stuffs. It's cool, I've been messing with laser engraver and cutter, but everything's moving to North Carolina waiting for a house to sell. Yeah, so I do have a 3D printer, and I have a resin and a filament printer, but I have a friend who's like really into 3D printing, and so he'll be 3D printing this one for our client. This is actually a collaborative commission, so like I'm doing the sculpting and then he's gonna do the 3D printing and a lot of the finishing stuff. So my friend will be doing the 3D printing portion of it. I'm probably gonna print myself one on my resin printer. My friend's coming over. I've never printed anything on my resin printer yet. So yeah, my friend's gonna come over on tomorrow, I guess Thursday. He's gonna come over on Thursday and help me get my resin printer going. So I've had my resin printer forever and I've just never gotten it set up. So I mean, it's set up, I've just never printed anything on it. So he's gonna come over, and that's why I gave myself the deadline of Thursday. Because if I give myself the deadline of Thursday, then maybe I'll actually finish this piece. So I told myself I was going to be done with this one by tomorrow. So I'm just locked in today, and this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. And if I have time, I need to do Etsy orders. Should be. Over there should be some sort of... Franklin, this has nothing to do with you. Huh. Alright, so got these ridges going on. That's looking pretty cool. I want to expand on these guys a little bit. I still have one more level of multi-res that I can add more detail to this guy. Details, details, all the details. I want this to kind of blend back. Let's go further down the neck, should I say? The spine. This is looking pretty dope. This workflow is so much better than what I was doing before. What I was doing before was just having like a really destructive workflow, whereas this one, it just builds upon itself. And you can go back. Like if you need to shape stuff up, you can just sit here and like go back with it, and I can move this stuff around. Maybe bigger. Just move this stuff around at this like super low res thing, and then I can bump it back up, and all my detail's still there. Because that's the thing with sculpting is like you can usually add more polygons and more resolution to your sculpt, but it's very hard to go back. But with this workflow, this is what I'm starting with. So whenever I'm rotating it, it goes back to the 1. So this is the mesh that I'm sculpting on, but since I have this multi-resolution modifier, boom, that's what it actually looks like. Super cool. Another thing that my friend Ryan showed me, because he is a genius. Just really knows how to work this stuff. Shape the teeth a little bit to look a bit more interesting. Don't want to smooth it. I want more detail. There we go. Having that layer go up over the teeth makes it look a lot more interesting. Make it look like the gums come in between. Like that. I'm pretty close to being done. This is what it looks like. Pretty close. Okay, I want to do this with the bottom jaw too. Add these big ridges up here, make it look like the teeth are actually underneath all of this, like skin and cartilage and stuff that it's under. And then this thing is wrapping down. And this thing is connecting with it. Maybe there's like a joint here that it connects with. Like that. Why does it still look like that? I want this to wrap around the bottom. Yeah, that looks cool. I dig it. I like that. That looks pretty good. Just trying to get this part to make it look like it wraps around the bottom of the jaw. It's like tendony, sinew stiff, gnarly. And then this one goes over the top. And then kind of connects here, and this part wraps around that. I could have actually built this, like with geometry, but I don't know. I like the natural sculpting vibes of it. A little more organic feel. Just may present issues with printing, but we'll figure that out when we get there. Let's go back to our grab. Let's bump this down so we can control these a bit better. It's beautiful. You gonna do the whole color on the iPad before you paint it? Nice. Nice. Shannon's working on a commission too. Both just working on art stuff today. For the same client. Yeah, that's crazy. This client's just wonderful. Hmm? Very different pieces. Shannon's working on a dragon painting, and I'm working on a xenomorph sculpture for the same clients. It's kind of funny. These are starting to look a little bit wonky. Don't want that. Do want there to look like there's a little bit of gums though. I'm gonna build it up rather than take it away. Sculpt this here. And here. This needs to build up quite a bit. And down the front. Looking pretty good. It's literally just like brushing paint onto the canvas, but it's with sculpting. Super cool. Build this up a little bit. Put this up a little bit. Why does this look so much more detailed than my actual Xeno? Oh, that's hilarious. It's because I'm working on such a tiny little thing. I'm just getting all up in there. Okay, I think that'll look good for now. Nope, not yet. Just saw something else I need to do. Need this bottom ridge to make more sense. Bless you. Puppy sneeze. Hey. No, leave it. Just trying to get to the litter box in there. There we go. That nice organic feel. Wrap around this part a little bit. This thing to be as detailed as I can get it. Another little ridge right here, maybe. This actually wrap around the bottom. It's kind of cool. That to actually look like a little jaw hinge looking thing. Bring this part in, same with this part. Looks so good. Love that. Trying to make it look like this one kind of connects with this one. Don't know what you're making, but it looks awesome. Check this out. This is what I'm making. I'm making the inner jaw for my xenomorph sculpture. Looks like the scariest Snickers bar, that's right. That is right. The very scariest of all Snickers bars. Xenomorph goes crazy. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working on this for off and on for a couple months now. Decided today was the day to lock in and get this thing finished. So let's actually get this thing rotated correct way. It's gonna go like this. So you won't actually be able to see much of this besides from the inside. So this is what it will look like as a 3D print. So I've got the outer jaw and the inner jaw. Should bring it back a little bit more. Yeah. 6 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, it's great. I like it. Yeah, so that's... Mm-hmm. That's why I had to paying you the big bucks. There we go. Now Xeno has the inner jaw. Right down a little bit. This is Mass Effect music? I don't know. I just have a sci-fi playlist up. um, this is... Yeah, it is Mass Effect music. Good ear. So when you're on the star map, yeah. From the little bit of Mass Effect that I played, yes. I didn't get super far into it. I know that's blasphemy, but I'm more of a Skyrim guy, I guess. Now that I put all that detail into the inner jaw, I feel like I need to put that much work into the outer jaws too. Probably subtract from this here. Could look a bit more gnarly. I want there to be a couple layers of like gums. Is that all my work scrolling on the bottom? Yeah. Yep, I'm a traditional oil painter. So I'm just learning 3D. But thought I'd share what I'm learning with you guys. I'm sure someone out there is getting something out of this, and I just like to stream it because it helps me stay motivated and focused. So, yeah, right now I'm doing blender sculpting. I just feel like I might discard something I need for a mission when I play Skyrim or Starfield. Yes, I know. I never want to get rid of my stuff. I'm a hoarder in Skyrim. Always end up hoarding everything. Being a bored puppy. Mm-hmm. Add some crease to this. Yeah, that looks good. That couple layers of crease to the lips, I guess. It really sharpens things up. Just trying to like imply some separation between these, like the lips and the gums. I don't want to actually put a ton of separation in there. I just want to imply it a little bit. with the top. This is that nice sharp detail I was looking for. Like that. Add some of that up here too. It look like this is like attaching to that part up there.
Years from now, when you talk about this, and you will be kind.
Looks cool.
What's gonna happen? Something wonderful.
Be kind. Years from now,
What's gonna happen? Something wonderful.
Oh, the detail. It is super trippy music.
I'm not sure I understand.
Looks kind of cool. It is a xenomorph. It is looking super dope. Kind of like these like things coming off of the head right here. That looks kind of cool. I'll lean into that a little bit. Kind of making my own design here. Like this isn't based off of a specific xenomorph design. It's loosely inspired by like the xeno drones from Aliens, but I'm really just kind of doing my own thing, adding my own details all over it, and I think it is looking pretty dope. Getting all those details.
Something wonderful.
Get the strength down a little bit. there's a little protrusion here. And then this part right here probably needs some work. Oh. Remembering shortcuts is not always easy.
Talk about and you will kind.
Now everything is going to be all right. We gotta help ourselves. I'm not sure I understand. Something wonderful.
Make it look like this one's kind of attaching to this one. Kind of like that. I'm just going in between these two. Which means this could come out. If I put that down there, then this could go up here and kind of spread out from the top part. Connect with these, kind of like there's some natural flow there. Spread this one out down the side. I'm always trying to view it from different angles. Just make sure I have the right perspective on it. Now let's go back to our crease. Attach this down here from the top. There we go. Got some more natural flow going on. That kind of connected down there. What you working on today? I'm working on my xenomorph sculpture. All sculpted in, I started it in Nomad Sculpt and then I brought it over to Blender and all the details and all these like tubey things were all done in Blender. It is looking pretty gnarly. So this is going to be 3D printed and then shipped out to a client. This one's a commission. Pretty exciting to get a 3D commission as a beginner 3D sculptor, but kind of a little ego boost. You're like, yes, they liked my 3D stuff enough to commission me already, so pretty happy with that. Yes, Shannon just pointed out it's also from a patron that just really wants to support us and our artwork, and they've bought so much stuff from us, like so much, and we love them dearly. Yeah, they just want to see us succeed, and they want to support our growth, and so they're always looking for fun projects for us to do. Shannon's actually working on another project for him right now. Oh, really, puppy? He's like, what? Someone mentioned me? Yes, puppy. Yes, I did. So I want the head to be super smooth, and then everything else to be super detailed. Trying to make all these pieces make sense together. Just by adding more creases and more divots. Did you get more snow? We're snowed in today? Yeah, we got quite a bit of snow. It's nasty out there. It is not great. So we have one thing to do out and about today, but besides that, we'll probably be staying inside for a little bit again. Do what? Dang, it's already another pottery night? Oh my. We missed our last pottery night because they canceled it because of snow last week. And now it's snowed again, and they're still saying that it'll be going. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad yesterday. All the highways were super clear. So I want most of the detail to be in these first several, like, sections, and then I want it to get less detailed as we go back. It's the same thing with painting. Like when you're doing a portrait, you want like the eyes and the nose and the mouth to be like extremely detailed, and then as you get away from the focal point, like you want the ears and the top of the hair to be less detailed. So you want all the attention drawn to right where, right, no, the center of the thing is right there. All that sharp detail is. I want it to get less detailed as you get to the back. The car is way too little to deal with the snow. Basically one size bigger than a smart car. Yeah, that sounds like not a good time for snow traversal. I drove my little Honda Civic in the snow yesterday, and it wasn't too bad. It was a little sketchy, but it wasn't too bad. Hmm? No, it really wasn't bad at all. But we also have a pickup truck, and we just usually don't. It really isn't. Like, it's not all that much better. I don't know why people brag about their pickup trucks. Yeah. 'Cause our pickup truck is just really not great for the snow. We'll figure it out, though. Hopefully we'll get to go to pottery, because we paid for a month of classes, and so far, yeah, if our stuff isn't completely dried out. That's what I'm worried about, is our stuff is going to be all bone dry. I want it to kind of fade back as we get to these farther back ones. I want there to be like similar details, but I want it to look, I guess what I'm trying to do is just make it look intentional. Like I want all these details to be there for a reason. I want the shapes to be there for a reason. I want these to have purpose. Like I want these divots to have something that goes into the divots, and I want them to be wrapping around other details. Like this goes back so that this can go up. Yeah. Looks cool. Oops. And this goes down. So these need to go in. And this goes up and around these. Just want these shapes to make sense. That looks so good. I love it. Shrink these parts down a little bit, make them spikier. Just using the grab tool, trying to move these head ridge pieces around to where they make sense with each other. So like where they're divoting in, I want the lower part to go into the part that's divoting. And it's just about being intentional with your shapes and with the composition. Because right now this is starting to look like kind of a mess up here, so I might actually smooth some of that out and redo it. So it's just looking a little bit messy. I'll just kind of figure out what I can do here instead. So like it's got this downward part and then the upward part. This part goes down, this part goes up. It already looks better. And it's got this part that goes up and in between. Okay, that looks cool. I like how this one kind of ridges up over this one, so I'm gonna try and lean into that a little bit. From this spike, it goes over. Not like super drastically, but just a little bit. Working on Blender today. Yep, working on our xenomorph sculpture. Looking pretty dope. Thank you for the gifts, Doug. Appreciate ya. Yeah, we're just trying to get these like ridge parts to make sense together because we're just kind of freestyling this one. I have like a ton of references pulled up, but I'm not going off of any like specific one reference. I'm just going off of like the general vibes of different xenomorphs. So just kind of figuring it out as we go. Just lots of little details. Don't know if I like this area right here. I think I might actually change a lot of this. Just kind of smooth that out and try it again. Kind of like how it just kind of ridges in between like that. I think I was just thinking too hard about it, maybe. Don't overthink it. Yeah, that already looks so much better. Just the overall flow of the composition. Having those just going straight backwards instead of acting all crazy. part wasn't quite looking right either. Gotta fix that. Not a problem. Just want to stop by and say, hey, I really enjoy your art. Thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you enjoy it. Working on blender sculpting today. Making a xenomorph. This thing started as just a single sphere. And I stretched it and smooshed it into what it is now. We are making good progress. Should probably have the right mesh selected. Okay, so I like how this piece looks right here. I'm gonna try and do a similar thing, just ever so slightly. And then kind of have like a similar one down here and it fades out as it gets closer to the back. How many hours in this project? Oh, I have no clue. No idea. A lot. I've been been working on this piece off and on for months now. Months. Between Nomad Sculpt and Blender. So I started this one in Nomad Sculpt, and then I imported the file over to Blender. So yeah, between the two programs, I don't know. A lot. A lot of hours. But I'm just learning, so something that, oops, something that's taken me this many hours today, by the time I actually get good at this, I might be able to make something like this much faster in a couple months when I've got a lot more projects under my belt. And that's how it was for painting. So like my first several paintings took me so long. Like I remember spending like 60 hours on a couple of pieces and like not even that complex of pieces, but I just remember spending like a ton of hours working on these paintings and then looking at them today and being like, yeah, that I could have done that so much faster if I'd done it with the skills I know today. So like a lot of this project has just been me learning the skills because I'm not a trained 3D sculptor. I've done 3D sculpting for like 6 months, maybe 8 months. I don't know. I did mostly iPad sculpting. Hmm? It's not been that long. I don't know. But I've been working on the iPad for a while, but this is kind of like the next step because iPad is like very basic surface level sculpting skills, and whereas this is like industry standard. Like this is what big companies are using to create like video game characters and stuff like that. And so the skill the skill level is just a lot higher with this one, and there's a lot more stuff you need to learn. And so most of this project has just been me learning the skills. So I'm sure that this project will look easy someday. I hope. It's beautiful to make something out of nothing, even more impressive when you take the time to learn the new techniques. Yeah, I agree. That's why I like painting. Able to just take something, just a blank white canvas, and turn it into something amazing. Stretch these out a bit. To kind of meld with the head. Got this piece right here. This is kind of the like the base part of the head, and then all these ridges are like what overlaps and goes over the top. Wrong brush. There we go. Okay, now I've got the shapes in here. I might start going in with the crease brush again. Okay, I'm on clay. Why is it acting weird? Yeah, I might go in with the crease brush again and start trying to get some of those sharp, sharp details in there again. Okay, this one needs to actually be smaller. Because I've got like a general flow of things where it's like sharp and big, and then it gets gradually like smaller, this part, as we go down the base of the head. It's always important to look at your sculpture from another point of view. Just change the angle. Just play around and see where things aren't aligning, where things do look good, and adjust accordingly. Just always be moving it around and checking it out from different angles, seeing what needs to have more or less on it. Oops, wrong brush. Keep thinking I'm still on clay strips and I'm not. Looking pretty good. Let's grab our crease brush. And let's start adding some sharp crease details like we have up here. Let's just work our way back from the front. So this one looks good. I really like how this front part looks. Let's go to this one. Start adding creases. Let's go to this one. A bit bigger of a brush. Let's turn the strength up just a little bit. Okay, and that's the last one that's gonna have that kind of detail, and then from here it's gonna change angle a little bit. I would like this to actually go down. So it matches this one a little. Okay, back to a crease. Lower the size. And start sharpening these up. Bring those to a sharp point, maybe. Looks kind of cool. I dig it. Still figuring out the controls. Just messed myself up there for a second. It's all good, we're learning. These are looking so much better than before. We've actually got some intentionality to these shapes. That looks so good. Love it. Okay. I want to go back to our layout and start mirroring some of these tubes. So we've got a bunch of these tubes and none of them are mirrored. Now am I gonna have to add, okay, that one's good. But this one, mirror. Great. There we go. Alright, I just need to do that to these other ones. Mirror. That one actually did it right. Okay, let's just hide those for a second so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, these ones are all one mesh, so that helps. Sweet. Any more? I've got all that stuff in there. And this is going to be backed up against like a wooden plaque. So we don't need the actual back of the head or the back of the shoulders. It's going to be flat. Got the inner jaw now. Got the teeth looking good. Got the gums looking good. Probably do a bit more with the head up here. A little bit more crease. Okay. The other thing is these gums aren't looking quite detailed enough. So I can go in and add. Just throw some texture in there. So we need there to be protrusions where the teeth are, but we need the gums to still wrap up and around. So that's what I'm trying to get here. Hmm? Yep, there's people watching. They're just not chatty. Just fine. This is a more chill kind of stream anyway. A lot of me just derping around. Figuring stuff out. If anybody is watching and has something to say, feel free to chat. I will happily chat. But if you just want to watch, that is fine too. Ella says too fascinated to chat. It's kind of what I figured what was going on was we're just kind of watching. And I want to reiterate, I am not a professional 3D artist. I mean, technically, I am getting paid for this, so I am a professional 3D artist, but I'm not an experienced 3D artist. I am just learning. So, bear with me. We are gonna make something that looks super dope, but it's taking a minute. We are just working our way through this piece. Slowly but surely working our way through. Yeah. Just figuring things out as we go along. Art said cooking while watching. Nice. You look like you know what you're doing. Well, that's good at least. I definitely don't know what I'm doing, but I can pretend, right? I can pretend to know what I'm doing. I have traditional sculpting experience, just not 3D. And a lot of this stuff does, like, a lot of the methods are similar. They're just, it's a different medium, so I'm having to, like, learn everything all over again. A lot of it's just remembering the shortcuts and all that. And I do have like basic anatomy knowledge. Not a ton of anatomy knowledge, but basic anatomy knowledge. So that does help with sculpting. Of just knowing like, okay, gums look like this when they wrap around teeth. So that does help. But I'm still just trying to figure out the tools. Just one at a time. What did that do to this tooth over here? Keep losing my button on my pen. There's a pen press button that allows me to like move stuff around. That's how I like rotate the screen like this. It's by pushing this little button on my pen. I keep losing my button on my pen. Just a little tiny button. You're skilled in many different mediums. I've seen some of your pottery also. Yeah, we were just talking about pottery. We'll be doing pottery later today, hopefully. Assuming that the roads are good. Okay, I want these teeth to look a bit more interesting. Apparently these aren't mirroring anymore, so that's fun. So I just have to sculpt them one at a time. It's okay if teeth look a little bit different though, because it makes the creature look a bit more gnarly. See, like I put the X symmetry on, but the symmetry is not, it's not accurate. Trying to see if there's like a flatten brush. I can like flatten off these teeth a little bit. Can look a bit more natural. Okay, these ones look super weird. Just fix those ones a little bit. Just fix the shapes. Oh golly, what happened? I had a setting that didn't change the front facing only. So it was like, as I was sculpting onto these, it was also sculpting onto the back. Rookie mistake. Checks out. Teeth are looking pretty cool. Some crease to the top of these teeth maybe. The charger is not working. I might have to go find another charger. I have not used that one, so I don't know about it. That's not how teeth look. Bye for now. Thank you, Ella, for hanging out. Appreciate ya. Nice. This looks so good. Oh, if you can get the contrast right in the painting, that's gonna look so good. You should be. That looks great. Mm-hmm. You're good at it. Teeth anatomy. No one ever told me I'd have to learn teeth anatomy. Getting it though. The anatomy of the tooth. Just want to stop and say how much I love your art. Thank you, Dad. Keep it up. Thank you, dude. Appreciate ya. Doing some 3D sculpting today. Scared what? You can do that. You can do that. That's what a business budget is for. Hmm? Oh. Mm, probably not what you're looking for. Probably not what you're looking for. I mean, that's all just color. It's just color placement. Yeah, but combinations of colors can portray vibrancy. It's all about the contrast. It's turquoise. Yeah. Has anyone tried that new Avowed game? Just came out on Game Pass yesterday, I think. I was playing it a bit yesterday and it was pretty fun. It was scratching that Skyrim itch that I've had for the last like 8 years. Because it's a first person fantasy game, like a first person sword fighting game. And there's archery and there's magic, and they say the story is like super woke and all that. I don't care. I just want a good fun game. So I was playing that a bit last night and it was pretty fun. Like the hour that I played. It had like choices and it had like exploration, and I found like this random lighthouse, and then on a bench in front of the lighthouse there was like a note left by some fishermen talking about how the guy who ran the lighthouse used to have a treasure hidden somewhere, and it said that if you climbed the lighthouse to the very top you could find a treasure, like a treasure map. And so I like parkoured my way up this lighthouse just by like jumping, and I found a treasure map, and then it told me to go to this other place. So I went in this other place and I'd stumbled upon a cave, and so I ran in the cave and there was a treasure chest in there. And so I opened it and then I got ambushed by like 50 spiders. And so I had to fight off all the spiders, and it was actually kind of hard. And it was like very similar like Skyrim spell management and ability management, and then like your companion, I had a companion in there with me, and so I was like trying to keep my companion alive while I was like organizing my own spells. And I was like, this is fun. This is like scratching that Skyrim itch that I've had for so long, but haven't had anything like Skyrim besides just more Skyrim. And we've Skyrim's been around for 14 years? No, 12. I can't remember. It's been around forever. And there's just been nothing like it in so long. And so this new game just came out, and I'm like, this is fun. I'm enjoying this. And of course, I find a new game I'm enjoying like right as I just have a ton of stuff to do. I've got all these responsibilities and deadlines, and I'm like, I just want to play my video game, but I can't. So I got responsibilities and deadlines. These teeth are starting to look good. Now I have adult money but no time. Exactly. Right? It's like, can finally play any of the games that I want. Logistically, I can play any of the games that I want, but time, there's just no time. got all this other stuff to do. And I'm like, why? Why must life be so hard? Even though life is like the easiest it's ever been for me. But now I have all this other stuff I want to do too. And I can't do it. Trying so hard to get these teeth to be the correct shapes. I've probably spent like 20 minutes just on these teeth now. That's great. These are gonna be the best darn teeth ever. It looks so good. Look how good those look. Gnarly. Gnarly. You sleepy Whopper. You're so cute. You're so sleepy. Oh, looks so good. Hey, don't know. When I can't go no more. Do you think it looks done? I don't know. I just want it to be the best. I want it to be the best. I want it to be the most beautiful thing ever. I've got a couple of different meshes going on here, it looks like. Looks fine here. But then in sculpting, I've got multiple meshes going on. Why is that? No, puppy. Don't freak out. Please don't freak out. Puppy cannot handle Shannon leaving the room. He just loses his mind. He's having a little puppy panic attack over there. Franklin. Just working himself up so hard. Don't work yourself up so hard, puppy.
The experience of feeling that this body right here and now is only a cross section of a process that has been going on for 4 billion years. And this section of space, 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 and this section, and this section of space, and this section of space, and this section, and this section, and this section of space, and this section, 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 and this section,
It's not a
and this
story
section,
about
and this
processes out of
section,
control.
and this section, and
It's a
this section,
story which
and this
gives
section,
honor
and
to
this section,
every
and this
part of
section,
the
and this
unfolding
section, and this
experience,
section, and this
experience,
section, and
experience,
this section, and this section,
experience,
and this section,
experience.
and this section, 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 and then we're down to the 5 frames.
Trying to get some texture in here. That looks so good. Really liking that. Gotta figure out why I have multiple. I don't have multiple shoulders here, but I have multiple shoulders elsewhere. If I just select just this. And just delete those vertices. What does this look like in sculpting? Okay, it's just a 1. Love Alien? Yeah, me too. We are 3D sculpting today. Okay, so now if I have this and I add my mirror modify and I mirror it to the body, it should be completely symmetrical. Going to sculpting. Yay, it's perfect. Now I can go in here and refine these details. Theoretically, whatever I do over here, yep, should do the same over there. Does my mirror modifier get disabled if I do that? No, it's still there. I'm just sculpting on 1. Hi, how's it going? I see you. My dinner now. Love it checking out what we're going. Alright, thank you, Mark. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. So messy. This is why I need quad remesher.
Cannabis is the specific chemical for the receptor sites in the brain where the neurosomatic circuit is activated. Whether you smoke it or eat it in muffins or brownies, it tends to create an enrichment of the sensory sensual manifold.
Thank you for sharing the live. Appreciate you. I see you. My puppy is acting crazy. Work is so incredible. I have multiple pieces in my home. Thank you, Tessa. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting my artwork. It really means a lot. Which pieces do you have? I always love to hear which pieces are everyone's favorites. Just getting all these little bumps and ridges on here. Getting it all kind of flow together. Collecting Lord of the Rings ones. I have Gandalf and Frodo and Sam. Nice. Yeah, I love those. I always like doing nice, happy landscapes. Got some epic landscapes too. I like my happy landscapes. Honestly, did not expect to be going so detailed with these shoulder pieces. I really didn't. I just want it to make sense. I want it to be a cohesive sculpture. Okay, this thing. These things gotta go. Computer's starting to lag out from all the polygons on here. I have multiple millions. So we may be nearing the end of our sculpture just for that reason. Big muscle here, big muscle here, and a big muscle here. Shoulders have 3 big main muscles. I want to get those as apparent as I can. And this is going to be the edge of the sculpture. Just the arms here. I might actually kind of slice them here so that it's just flat. So that's what we're going to do with the whole back of the sculpture here. These caps here are looking hecka wonky. Golly. Maybe I can just smooth them out with sculpting. It's going to cause all kinds of issues with printing. I need to get rid of all of these vertices. I know that this is not the best way to do this, but it's the only way I can think to do this right now, so that's what I'm doing. Delete those. and then fill that. So now that's one face. So if we toggle off this, that should be filled. And we can just go into sculpting and just grab this and move it into the head so that we don't have all that crazy geometry derping around, getting in the way. Looks pretty good. Oh, sure, it's always nice to see an artist do his work. What's up, Peter? Yeah, I'm just getting this Xeno sculpture looking so good. I think we're just about done. Shall we see what it looks like in rendered view? Should we do it? Let's just save this, because this could make Blender crash. So that's material. Ah, oh, looks so good. And here's rendered. I love it. Love it. Samples, that's fine. Guess my Instagram stream ended. Oh well. It's about to end it anyway. Alright guys. Yep, that's about it. I'll call it good there. I think it is beautiful. Absolutely love how it turned out. Hope you guys like it too. I gotta get going because my puppy is losing his mind. Like compulsively saving it. Alright guys, I will catch y'all later. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks to everybody who's been watching. Thanks everyone who's